Well, good morning, everybody. I'm really happy for the turnout so far. But what started as just me being like accountable to people for drawing my comic is turning into kind of a nice little bit of a community, which is really exciting to me. And yeah, I'll be looking into the functionality for Streamlabs and Stream Elements and get more of those some of those default commands turned on, so that way everyone can have those that basic functionality. Just making sure my music is turned on. There we go. Do I have a notepad next to me? Sort of. I have. So with how my setup is, my drawing tablet is in front of me, and then my off monitors are off to the side. So when I turn over here, you kind of get, it gets a little echoey instead of me looking directly at the microphone. Just a few things that that show that I'm a really new streamer. But anyway, how's everyone else's day going? And I'm interested in hearing what parts of the world everyone's in, because right now for me it's early in the morning. It's about 6:30. Oh yeah, and you know how I said that in the stream title that the coffee is kicked in? Well, I'm only halfway through my coffee. Add SiriBot to stream. It will remove bots advertising and set your stream delay for chat to 3 seconds from Australia. Okay, 10:38 p.m. Yeah, it's getting later out there for you. Right. So today what we're doing is we're drawing more of my webcomic. So let's. This is kind of how I do storyboards. I mean, I draw stick figures for that, just because I need to iterate ideas really quickly. And turn on the snapping to the grid. We're starting a new page today. Let's see. Get everything saved out. Now, well, during these art streams, I try and be as talkative as I can. But when I get concentrated, I tend to be kind of quiet. So that's why I put my creative inspiration playlist on the in terms of music. All right. Just need to kind of get my bearings as to what we had done last time. This was the final panel on the last page that I did, and right now there's a bit of a flashback going on. And this page right here is back to the present. You drift in and out of hyperfocus. Looking good. Thank you very much. You can read the comic on my website, and some of the commands that I have set up. Exclamation point comic gets you the link to the Forester. The pages that are there right now are from, let's see, the last time I posted posted pages there was about a year ago, even though I'm working on them right now. I'm trying to get a bunch of pages, a bunch of episodes finished, so that way I can post those on the website semi-regularly. All right, let's see. We want to get a panel drawn, rectangle frame, something like that. Except, well, now we can draw a thing for the whole border. And then another frame right here. But yeah, White Fox. It's basically that. I drift in and out of hyperfocus when I'm doing artwork. The music that's going on right now, I'm using that as inspiration for a story that I'm going to be telling much later. So like the plan for how I'm doing my own like artistic career is that so we're gonna finish up this web comic, and then I'm gonna start work on a graphic novel project. It's gonna be like right now I'm thinking that the genre for it is gonna be basically young adult fantasy. But as I do like more research into like what genre things are most appropriately put into, we'll see if like that's what it's finally gonna stay as. But I have an idea, a story idea for a space opera, and I use the music for The Hunt for Red October as part of inspiration for it. I haven't really workshopped the idea on that graphic novel project farther than the basic world building concept of it, which my thoughts were, what if World War I but in space? And then like focusing a lot on the naval combat, because that's like a hyperfixation that's like a niche hyperfixation of mine. You could say that's what I'm like super like autistic about. I don't know if I actually do have autism or not. I know I have ADHD, so I get like a hyperfixation niche interest, and in my case that's World War I naval combat. But I have an idea of doing a space opera with those sort of tactics there. Hi, Drillberry. Nice to see you. I'm working on my webcomic project today. I just put in a couple of frames right now, and we're about to start sketching. I'm also looking at what I have done prior, because one thing that I do with comics, actually one thing that a lot of comic artists do, is they try and save as much time as possible by reusing assets. So there's like a background in this panel right here. Oops, that's a panel. I can English sometimes. It's early in the morning. I'm only halfway through my coffee, even though I said that in the stream title that the coffee is kicked in. So what's going down is this panel right here. I can reuse the background for it from another panel in there, just to save some time. And that's basically what we're starting off with today. I'm gonna open up one of my earlier pages and grab that background first before I start seriously drawing some more. Actually, even with this panel right here, there's a background that I know I can reuse for it as well. But in terms of everything else, we are going to be drawing in this character. His name is Arden. He's the brother of the main character. And then in this panel right here, we got Kira. It's this character. She's the main character, which you can see this in this flashback panel what they kind of look like. I haven't like decided how far back this panel is. I just was writing when I was writing it. I just wrote them in as young Arden and young Kira. Come on, bring up my files, Forster. I think that I need to go back further back than episode 16. I need to go back to episode 15. Flashbacks are fun. No, actually, I need to go even further back than that. So episode 14. Jeez. Good old Kingdom Hearts music to get you. Man, do I have to go even further back to like episode 13? I might. Episode 13. No, actually, episode 14 has the background that I want to use. Okay, well, let's go to that. There we go. Alright, so the background that I want to reuse is the one that's right here. So, let's get into that panel. Just grab that guy. Let's see how cleanly I can manage to put this in here. Sometimes the copy paste commands don't like to cooperate. Okay, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Let's move this guy around a little bit. And make it larger, make it big. Now the challenge that I have is trying to make Arden, our character here, stand out against this background. All right, so for now we'll turn that background off, and then let's get the background for this panel, which not here. It would be in this other one. Oops. There. I'm gonna reuse this background. Yep. Okay, just making sure that it's the correct layer. We'll edit that, copy it. All right, it's there. Now we just have to make it invisible for the moment, and so we can do the sketches. Oh, I need to also do the text balloons. So, like, it's important to keep in mind where the text balloons are, so that way when you're drawing things in, you don't have to accidentally cover anything that you don't want covered. All right, rounded balloon. Just put that one there. And 25 is a good font. Oh, that's still too big. Well, we'll just type it in first before I change the size. Maybe just a little bit larger than that. 17? Yeah, I'll just have to make it wider so that it fits. And I'll have to manually do some spacing. Looks like I'll have to make the speech bubble just a little bit wider, because it's pushing right up against the edges. And probably could squish it too. Oh, nah. There we go. And then you never wanted it. Let's make the word never be a little bit larger. By a little bit larger, I mean like a lot larger. I'd also make that speech bubbles. We gotta squish it and we gotta make it wider. A general rule of thumb that I've been told is that you want, like between the spots in the corners, you want like enough space for like the letter, like the capital letter I to fit into it. No, I don't want to select the text. I'll select the bubble. There we go. You select that. Squish. And period at the end of it. And now we take our rectangle balloon tool. There we go. I might need to scoot them up just a little bit. Wah. See someone's up bright and early. Yeah, that's how I do things with my artwork, Lewin. Because if I don't do this at like as early in the morning as possible, tends to not get done. So that's why I do art streams so early in the morning. Just a silly little thing just to show how insane I am. But it tends to work out for other people. They tend to it tends to work out for other people because they're like in other parts of the world. So like I have some people that are in the EU that it's a good time zone for them. Some of the people that are here are also from Australia, and I've had even some people from Southeast Asia pop in. But yes, for anyone that's in the States, it's early. I'd actually scoot the speech bubble up a little bit. Yep, it is. Petting his boogie. Oh yeah, it definitely is. Like, gosh, I think the first Disgaea was out like in the early 2000s, or even the PS1 era. Gosh, yeah, crazy old stuff. I love so like the main, one of the main inspirations for my own art style. Oh, PS2. All right. One of the biggest inspirations on my art style is actually Disgaea. Let's see. I want to create a speech bubble outside of the frame. Move this for just a bit. right. Now for text. Remember retro gaming as the original Amiga consoles. Now it's PS. Yep. Yeah, that's crazy that PS3 is retro now. So like, whenever people get all like upset about when you say, "Oh, PS2 or PS3 is retro," well, I just got to remind them that the amount of time that has the amount of time between now and when the PS2 came out, actually even now between the time between now and when the PS3 came out, is more time than between when the Super Nintendo and the PS2 came out, because the PS2 and the Super Nintendo are only about 10 years apart. It's been 25 years since the PS2 came out, and about almost 20 years since the PS3 came out. So people just need to stop getting upset over calling those retro. We'll always remember that ASL got both of those games for my brother's birthday, and in the early 2Ks. Nice. Yeah, so I just remember a little while ago playing Disgaea 4, and I was looking at the art style that was in it, and it just kind of immediately clicked. I'm like, that's the art style that I want to. Like, that's the kind of art style that I want to go shoot towards. Yeah, retro is not bad. It doesn't mean bad game, or it doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it. I play old games all the time. I think that a good game should be timeless. Still play Rocket Knight Adventures from Sega. Wow. Well, so one of my two of my favorite games from the pixel era, from the 16-bit era, they are Sonic Spinball on the Genesis, and then also Earthworm Jim on the Genesis. Those are like the first two games that I ever played, because they came out when I was really little when those came out. First game I ever played as a kid was technically Sonic 1. Yeah, that's also kind of in line with me. But like, I remember watching my parents play approximately 20 years ago for the PS3. Yeah, I think the PS3 came out 2006, if I remember my my gaming history. Let's see. He made you swear to be the next Forrester. Bubsy, wow. Isn't there like a new Bubsy coming out? And like, what's kind of exciting about that though is what's exciting about that is the voice actor who plays King or in the Amazing Digital Circus is the voice of Bubsy, and I'm like all for it. I actually, so when I was younger, I didn't have a Nintendo, so I didn't play a bunch of those games. There are people today that have like huge nostalgia and like huge brand loyalty to Nintendo, and I just don't have that because I didn't have a Nintendo growing up. I mean, I had an N6. Well, okay, that's kind of a lie. I didn't have an N64, but I did have a GameCube, and I also had the original game. I had an original Game Boy. I don't have that one anymore, which is sad. But I do have an original Game Boy Color still, and I have a Game Boy Advance. Yeah, so I did have a few, and I also still have a Nintendo Wii. I currently have a Nintendo Switch that's on my desk, just gathering dust because I don't ever play on it. I had a NES, N64, and Game Boy, but I am always a Sega baby at heart, no matter what. Had OG Game Boy, Game Boy Pocket, red color, nice. Brother got the color, and then the DS3, but yeah, Sega is you. That's pretty awesome. The main series of consoles that I grew up with was with Sony and PlayStation, because like the first console that I personally owned that was not like my parents was a PS1, and so I just kind of stuck with PlayStation. That's why my franchise of choice is Final Fantasy. Streets of Rage, Gunstar Heroes, Shining Force, yeah. Sonic and any games that I got to play with my brother was just fun. It'll never be replaced. Yes, good, well said. The first time that I played Shining Force was actually on the Sega Virtual Console on the Nintendo Wii. Oh fuck yeah, Legacy of Kain. Legacy of Kain is that series is one of my all-time favorites. I purchased the remasters of Soul Reaver 1 and 2, and the graphical updates to it are just absolutely peak. And what's really exciting is how much with the remasters, how much fan input they got for it. They even hired one of the people who was like a really big person in the Legacy of Kain community. Yes. They really need to finish that story. It's not satisfactory that when they stopped at Defiance. We're sort of be the next Forester, not the Forester. One day, I hope to write some sort of a Shakespearean-style epic that is Legacy of Kain. There isn't much to continue with. It was left to being that hope moment. Yeah, but I really wanted to see Kain really leaning into that Scion of Balance role that he had at the very end, and then because we had this huge build up with having Raziel fully become the Soul Reaver, so that way Kain is able to wield it to properly save Nosgoth. And I want to see what happens further on after that, and also more about him pushing back the Hilden and keeping everything balanced as it should be. But then you wouldn't be hopeful for his success and feel that emotional moment as hard. Some games and stories need to end with the mind and feel and think about it. Yeah, I agree with you. It just feels like there are too many loose threads in my mind with that happened at the end of Defiance for it to be a satisfactory ending, so you could fill in the blanks, if that makes sense. Also, gosh, what is Amy Hennig working on right now? She's like, last I heard, she was working on some Star Wars project that went defunct. Yeah, Blood Omen 2 was weird though. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does happen. So because of the events that happened in Soul Reaver 2, that's how we got the events in Blood Omen 2. I really want to get the graphic novel that came out that tells the story in between Blood Omen and Soul Reaver. But yeah, if you go into Blood Omen 2 without the mindset of, oh, this happened because of what was changed in Soul Reaver 2, it can be incredibly confusing. Because you can go from Soul Reaver 2, see the events that happened there, and you'd be like, okay, fine. And then you go to Blood Omen 2 thinking that that's like the canon, like the main timeline that led up to Soul Reaver 2. I mean, it's it's kind of an interesting thing that happens with time travel plots. Yeah, but it's alluded to even in Soul Reaver 2. It is, but you have to really pay attention. And one of my biggest critiques is like, even if you were intending what happened in a story to make things go weird in another game, you have to try really hard to show that was intentional, because otherwise, like, viewers can get confused. Yeah, exactly. Legacy of Kain is definitely a series to pay attention to. It's like, so one of my least favorite types of plots is actually time travel, but Legacy of Kain does it right. I mean, there's only like 2 series that I've been like super okay with time travel in it, and that's like the first 2 Terminator movies, and then The Legacy of Kain. Like, so here's an example of where time travel is like super uninteresting and super like a huge cop out. Was with actually Kingdom Hearts, because Master Xehanort in Kingdom Hearts was far more interesting to me before we learned that he was actually just time traveling. Stopped paying attention to Kingdom Hearts a long time ago. Yeah. Oh, that's totally fair. I mean, I say that I have like a saying, like everyone has that one series where they care about it a lot despite all of its flaws. In my case, yeah, in my case it's Kingdom Hearts. I enjoy those games despite how flawed they are. And yeah, Tetsuya Nomura, I have a love-hate relationship with his style of design and storytelling. In that I really enjoy it, but at the same time I'm just like, dude, seriously, stop! You're ruining it. You're making it worse. But it's more out of a place of I want to see it. I want to see his stuff improve more than me being like angry at him. So pretentious at best. I totally agree with you. He has one idea I think correct though, is that it's like who cares about if it's functional or even real, if it looks cool or feels good, because there's a lot of Tetsuya Nomura's design philosophy and his style of writing that I've heard described as it is feels before reels, if that makes sense. Because like you can see elements of Tetsuya Nomura's design philosophy. Yeah, he pushes rule of cool. You can see elements of Nomura's design philosophy where it's like, oh, this feels really awesome, but it doesn't make sense when you start to really analyze it, and that's actually with Final Fantasy VIII. And that's like, so Final Fantasy VIII is my second favorite of the series, but a lot of Tetsuya Nomura's style of writing, where its rule of cool is seeps right into it, because the opening cutscene is like a primary example of that. It's like, oh, these two are Squall and Cypher are fighting in this with this epic soundtrack in the background. What sort of world-shattering stakes are at play here that makes them do this? And then you realize, oh, they were just at a training exercise. And then you're just sort of let down. It felt awesome in the moment, and then you analyze it, and you're like, wait a minute, that did not make sense. They're just rivals at the school. Nothing really bad. It's just, there's nothing really huge going on there. Alright, let's get this other speech bubble down. So, like, for me, I want to try and capture a bit of that rule of cool that he does, but actually have it make sense in context, so that way it sort of enhances the rule of cool that happens. Literally, the only thing that holds it back FF8 was the cop-out explanation of the, yeah, it does. That's why I played, well, for the first game that I played on stream was Final Fantasy VIII with the Succession mod. What that mod does is it fixes a lot of the narrative cop-outs that happen. Just making sure that this is in the right spot. Alright, I can't remember what was the font size there, 14? Yeah, 14. He died thinking you actually cared. I think that what Tetsuya Nomura needs the most of is instead of giving like complete and control, like complete and total freedom with his work, he needs someone else to bounce his ideas off of that can kind of rein it in a little bit and help it make more sense. And so that way the rule of cool that Tetsuya Nomura wants to put in there, it feels a lot better and makes more sense. Hello, Dalanot. Nice to see you again, my good and faithful subject. Yeah, he just needs an anchor. That's exactly it. Somebody else to anchor him and keep him from absolutely running away with things. Like one of his character designs that made absolutely no sense to me was in Final Fantasy VII Remake, was with Rufus's outfit. I'm like, what the hell is that, like, cage of buckles doing on the outside of his cloak doing? Nomura is basically trying to be like Yoko Taro. Like, yeah, that's a fair observation. So let's see, did Yoko Taro start doing games about the same time Nomura did? Because Nomura's started doing games in the mid 90s. He started to put some input in with Final Fantasy VI, so that's like 1994. I'm not as familiar with Yoko Taro's work, but I know of him. I've played a little bit of Nier Automata, and that's the limits of my knowledge with him. Is basically like the highest amount. Yeah. Nier Automata is like, yeah, productive, insane, batshit crazy, but can't argue with. Yeah, exactly. And I like how I like the humility that Yoko Taro has as well. The biggest reason why he puts on that big ol' that mask on his head is because he just like, I'd like to keep a private life and not really be a public figure. Thank you. Let's see. Let's see. He died thinking you actually cared. Why didn't you have the guts to tell? Okay, that's what I need to do next. Yeah, which is understandable, especially because Japan has a huge paparazzi problem, and the man deserves to have a private life. Definitely true. I do respect artists that I have huge respect for artists that do that sort of a thing. Like who else do I know? Like for example, Daft Punk. They used the robot heads so that way they could also have a bit of a private life. And then what's her name? She's a there's that pop star that has the huge wig that covers her face. I can't remember her name, but that's another artist that does the same thing. Why didn't you have guts to tell him? I'll have to make this speech bubble a little bit larger. But I'm just yapping now. Let me let you work some. No, that's part of the reason why I do these streams. I mean, I'm working, but I also like yapping with y'all. It's nice to have a good conversation. I do, but yeah, I should work because people are here to watch me do artwork. But I appreciate being able to talk while doing it. All right, let's see here. Like this. You don't want to yap with me, especially about these topics. We'll yap. Well, you're on the same wavelength as me, because that's also the same topic that I like to yap about. I have opinions about writing and design and all that. Okay. So, like, on the notes of, like, Tetsuya Nomura and Yoko Taro, like, one of my plans of, for, like, promoting a personal brand and all that is doing something where I make it kind of similar to what Kingdom Hearts has with world hopping and all that, and I use my persona Strathmore as, like, a character who is doing all this world hopping. Nowadays, we can hear from our friends, yo, there's a website called ChatGPT. It writes nice essay, but later on we might hear, yo, bro, the job you're studying for no longer exists. Yeah. So, like, plans for, like, personal brand and storytelling. So, like, Strathmore, my persona, is, like, gonna be a character that is hopping between worlds. And I'm also going to be using some of the elements, like, from Kingdom Hearts with designs, but also using a bit of influence from Myst. It's that old game series where they would use books to travel between worlds. And then also, yeah, Myst. And then also, I also want to promote myself using a bit of the aesthetic that Toonami did, with having, you know, Tom as, like, the host. And I kind of want to basically use Strathmore as, like, he's the host of a variety show that's, like, that's showcasing the other settings, like it's like we're hopping between worlds. That's kind of the personal aesthetic that I want to go for with my my artistic stuff. All right, coffee is drank. Now it's time to drink soda. Like, in terms of Myst, the thing that I like the most about it is the whole family drama that takes place. Because you have Atris with his sons, and then Atris with his own father, Gan. I like it when there's, like, a small group of people that are privy to these, like, ancient knowledge, and they're, like, the the caretakers of that art. And when there's and when there's different philosophies between the family members about how to appropriately use these abilities or use this knowledge, and that these opinions just kind of cause the family to disintegrate or have huge drama with one another, I just absolutely eat that type of story up. That's kind of what's going on with the Forester here, actually, because it's just between Kira and her brother, and they are caretakers of this knowledge of being the Forester, which protects the village. And because they have differing opinions about how that power or how that knowledge should be used, it causes this huge rift between them. Let's see, I need my pen. Drawing pen. There we go. Alright, now that we finally got the text bubbles out of the way. So I ate tactics up. Its story, that is. Pretty much. Oh, I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics right now, so... that's what I was thinking you were mentioning. I didn't realize that the speech-to-text was making my words be weird. Well, like, it likes to make things funny. Well, you've probably seen that happen with Aaron's streams or anyone else that uses the Google OBS. No, it's actually not my first time playing it, but I'm playing the remaster right now, and I am also eating that shit up. So that's what we're doing for our gaming streams. And the next time we're playing that is tomorrow afternoon, 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. All right, I'm drawing characters. Actually, I need to zoom out for this little spot. Make the arms just a little bit wider. And you stand by your statement? Yeah. If I may say. Personal favorite is in tactics. That's a very respectable favorite. You know, as much as I sort of hate to say it, I whenever I describe Final Fantasy Tactics to people who have never played it before or even heard of it, I usually just say I basically just say it's Game of Thrones but Final Fantasy. Personal favorite? Oh yeah, WeGraph. Yeah, WeGraph is definitely he's definitely the GOAT on the as a foil for Ramza. Yeah. I really like, yeah, all the intrigue that goes into it, and just the I hate to say because of the how the politics work out inside of it, because when people hear about politics in a work, they tend to think of people sitting around in councils talking about stuff. But WeGraph is his actual antithesis. It's better than many would think Gafgarian would, but WeGraph literally stands out and stands against and for everything Ramza does. Yeah. So, in my playthrough, I'm doing story analysis at the same time. So some of the big themes that are going on in tactics are questions of people's own free will. And like if they're able to act on their own or be manipulated by someone, because there's a lot of there's definitely a whole bunch of manipulation. Are you actually working for yourself? Or are you working for somebody else? And you have to, and the characters kind of have to figure this out for themselves. Even those who say that they're doing things because it's what they want, they're still being manipulated by somebody. Ramza, for a little while, is being manipulated slightly. So Ramza and Delita are like the two characters who actually stand for something on their own, as opposed to being told to do something by somebody else. WeGraph is a tragic figure because he wants to do things of his own will, but he ends up being manipulated in the long run. How far in tactics are we? We're heading towards. We just barely got Mustadio, and we're heading towards to save his father. And we just learned about the Zodiac stones. You can talk the whole thing. I've played through and finished all of Final Fantasy Tactics, so I'm not. So it's not really spoilers for me. All right, so let me hear this rant you've got, Lewin. I'll stay quiet for a moment while you do that, and I'll draw some stuff. Let's see here. Open the gates. The dam bursts. Not gonna lie, without context in some messages, I thought you're talking about politics. No, actually. Yeah, but out of context, you'd think that we were talking about politics. Yeah, we're talking about Final Fantasy Tactics, the game that I'm playing right now, Dalinat. Oh, actually, I've renamed a character. I renamed a character after you, by the way, Dalinat. The politics of Final Fantasy Tactics. For the rules that I have set in the chat, yeah, so no real world politics. However, fictional politics is fine. Look at this bald boy. All right, we gotta draw out his ears. All right, let's give this guy some hair. The only Final Fantasies I've ever seen are Weasel streams. Never played or watched them before coming to here. I'm glad that I can introduce you to them because that's one thing that I like to do for people. Let's see, hair. Okay, let me read this thing. Wiegraf not only is being manipulated later on, but at the beginning he was only fighting to have the same rights and privileges that they were told to have. From the Death Corps joining in the 50-year war, it was the nobles from the Sky Knight, or the Blue Lions or Sky Knights set them down the path. Ramza was willing to try and help them all, even let Maluda go. But it was the forced attack and his own people pushing to demand more that was the downfall for that cause. It was this point that bald guy. Yeah, my character is bald right now. Moon writes whole paragraph. Also me, ha, bald guy. Yep. Hi, Coco. Baldy. This bald boy. Have to know where the head is in order for me to actually draw him out. Let's see here. Did I do this right? It was this point that really set him down the path of pure scorched earth. He hated everything that the nobles stood for, and Ramza later on agreed that they were corrupt, but didn't agree with just outright killing them. But when asked what else to do, they couldn't find an answer. They had no other choice, and leading to Wiegraf taking the Lucavi and the power of the stones and tried to force what was left of his own life. He was manipulated in the end by the church, but the goal he had to replace those nobles remained. He sadly couldn't do anything else, and no one, even in the end, had a proper answer. Not even Rams at the end could still find properly what to do. Delita was the only path that helped Wiegraf's means, but it was far after his death. Yeah, and even with Delita, his methods were still questionable. there was just it's like it's so good because there was so much gray area and everything. And that's why Tactics is so good, because all this moral gray area, and you really feel for Ramza and his problems, because he wants to talk things out. He wants to make it so everyone has he wants to make it so there's an equitable solution for everyone, but with how cruel life is sometimes, that it unfortunately couldn't happen in a lot of instances. Alright, so we got that sketched out. Let's just put basic cylinders for the legs. Coco, I need a phone. This one's slowly getting worse after the hit with each... Oh no, I'm sorry, Coco. But then we also look into Ramza's brother, Dicedog, who, out of the Beowulfs, was also corrupt as fuck. Yeah, he definitely was. And, so also Tactics has one of my favorite villains that I just want to punch their face in with Argath. Like, seriously, 9.1K. Oh, let's see, Coco. Where is he? Yeah, Dallin, he's talking about he's talking about channel points. So so I can't really activate anything right now for channel points other than what's default available right now. When I finally get affiliate status with Twitch, then that will allow me to put more custom channel point rewards in there. All right, let's take a look. We'll widen that just a touch. Should put some lines in there to define the... Yeah, down at 22. I gotta put on some like super rewards for for the channel points. Gosh, I will be seriously looking into that today. I also into more chatbot commands, so that way, so that way people are able to use some of the more default commands that it seems that other channels use. Also, must say, what must you say, Lewin? You have a minor gripe with the voice lines. Okay, what's the minor gripe? All right, I think this is basically... Yeah, I don't think that many more lines are gonna do the thing. They keep saying Marquis, which would pronounce Marquis. Yeah, you're right. With it should be pronounced Marquis, but it's like I kind of get what they're going for with like doing English pronunciations of things. Because I've heard Marquis used a lot for the English title, but yeah, I mean it does sound like you can still say Marquis, Marquis Elmdor. It is a French title. All right, so we've been streaming for about an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break and stretch out a bit, and I will be right back.
It must be. I've been yelling at him this entire time, and he's only done like 4 or 5 hits. Who would have thought that when you yell at someone, they don't want to do what you tell them to? Moomba. I wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Here, take this. The headmaster supplied us with them. You won't find the headmaster here. Our headmaster is in another castle. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell no. Ah! No one will think that we're suspicious, but oh boy. I don't know why the... Wow, that's glitched. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! Just treat it like a car. I'm curious. It does nothing. Drive it like you stole it. Destroy everything. Back, 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 back. To be fair, I'd shut down if I was repeatedly hit in the face. We're under tight security now. Don't be walking about. Yeah, sure you're on tight security. That's how we were able to steal the uniforms and find an ID card lying around and just get inside them like a top secret military base. Not a single brain cell. Oh, haven't touch it. Well, a third time's gotta work. Okay, come with me, Squall. Googie is sad. We wish we could pet the dog. He's so sad. Come on, cheer up. Be happy. I'm sad too now. Parking the Ragnarok is fun. We just got a parallel park between the two cliffs. Back and forth. Back and forth. Not that. Don't cut that. Because you're not worth our time. Don't thrust into Renoa. Rude. There we go. And they're kind of silly with their abilities. Like this ability right here. Watch. Turn Squall into a basketball. Whack! All the way around. And it hurts for decent damage too. It's crazy. Whoa! Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no. I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. I'm gonna kill the water by stabbing it. Alright, let's see if we can card this thing. I require your identification! Ah. It dies! That's what you get for being underage. Man, this really pisses me off. Are you the original Star Walker, Zell? Because you're not. The original Star Walker is in another game. I don't know why none of the Tonberries want to come out. I mean, we're only slaying all of them. We're only doing a Tonberry genocide. I remember playing War. Selfie, you could be terrifying. First talking about skinning the Moomba, and now saying that War is your favorite game. I think he's weak to water. I can't remember what Earth magic is weak to. Your heels can't scare me. I am overpowered.
What? I laugh at you with my fridge voice. Anyway. Where? Alright. We got a bit more of a challenging shot to draw. Oops. Why didn't it? I'm drawing on the wrong layer. That's why I'm drawing. That's what's happening. There we go. It's always a problem sometimes, just drawing, and then you're like, why isn't anything happening? And then you just check and see, and you're drawing on the wrong layer. Actually, this head should be something like that size. There we go. Man, I need to really turn down how frequently Streamlabs posts stuff. So it looks like I've got a big task ahead of me just to figure out the bots and figure out planning out channel rewards for when I finally reach affiliate. Because I really want to make it so that you guys can use those channel points that you're accruing. Because a lot of the fun of being in someone else's stream is just to see how those points work. Like, because I know that y'all want to like throw fish at my face, right? Head is still too large. From the music, you can kind of guess that some of my favorite stories are from. One of my favorite stories is Full Metal Alchemist, and that kind of goes back to that story influence I talked about, where I love like family dramas. In this case, with Full Metal Alchemist, it's less about like a disagreement in their family causing a rift, but there is still that element of a family having secret knowledge or whatever, and it influences their interactions with the world and everything. And I also like how simple the plot is, how like a story as simple as, well, we want to get our bodies back, and a pursuit of learning forces them into a world-ending plot that they need to prevent with Alphonse and Edward. Got another bald boy I need to put hair on. Be mine. Every time I draw Arden here, he reminds me of... His design often will remind me of Riku in Kingdom Hearts. Speaking of like channel points and all that, I should one thing I should do is have like a raffle tickets for art as part of the channel rewards. Because, you know, I like to give back to y'all for coming in and watching me. It does mean a whole bunch to me that you're here. All right, now to draw this cloak. Oh, I forgot one detail on the top sketch, but I'll do that in a minute. Hello, Blarg. Nice to see you here today. Have a fist bump as well. Yeah, I need to tone down how much the bot is posting in the chat. His chest here. To erase his arm. Actually, need to put some wrinkles on the cloak, just to indicate that his arm is right under there. Happy Friday. And let's see, we need more of the cloak on the other side of his chest. See if I can indicate that a little bit. What we'll do is we'll turn where this is. Alright, clean up the sketch just a little bit more, and then we can probably start on... Well, not... Oh, I need to draw his feet. Shoes are just Lego blocks. First what we'll do, though... Need to put a little bit more of a taper on the leg. And make sure the feet are both about the same size. Alright, now I can actually start drawing in more of the boots. Lego legs, let's go! An official contribution of the Forrester X collaboration of Forrester X Lego. I wish. That'd be really something, getting a sponsorship or a collaboration with Lego. Today, I turned my characters into Lego pieces. Whoever survives more wins 1 peso and hair on the head instead of being bald. Alright, there's a back part, there's it's called a mantle. It's just the extra flap that's on the top of the cloak. Let's see here. Alright, now we need to draw Kira in the background, and we gotta do a lower detail version of her because, well, she's in the background. When I first designed Kira, I had basically done a Tetsuya Nomura where I made her have all sorts of buckles and things on her outfit. But the thing about drawing comics is you have to try and balance details with how much time that you want to spend drawing everything, because I knew that I was going to be drawing her over and over and over again, and it would have been too much effort to keep all that detail in the design. So I had to trim things back a whole bunch. I had to make the design much more simple. Like, here, I'll actually just show you really fast. So, the current character design for the main character, for Kira. Let's see, Kira ref. So this is Kira's main design. And it's still pretty complicated, but it used to be much more complicated. So what it used to be, let's see if I can find it. I think I put it in the showcase. Before I refined the design some more, her design used to look like this. Is it opening up? There we go. This is what her design looked like before I refined it. And this is also, like, you can kind of see this, like how how much my skills have improved since from between the two drawings. So for this drawing here, you see how she had extra details, extra pouches. I had her have these I believe they're called gaiters. Just the things that you attach over your shins to prevent water splashing into your pants. And let's see what else was more complex. But yeah, these were like all the extra details that I had put on her at that point. So when I refined the drawing, I like, okay, well, we'll only have one belt, and we'll only have we won't have the gaiters on her shins. We'll just have it be one big boot. And also, if you want to see another example of how much my art skills have improved over the years, the very first drawing that some of the very first drawings that I did of Kira, oh my gosh, it was so awful. Let me show you. This is what I used. This is what she looked like the first time I was drawing her. a big improvement between that and this. But I keep these things around just to kind of help motivate me in my own art journey, so I can compare where I was before to where I am now. Let's close everything down. Everything of those down. Anyway, we'll go back to this so I can get Kira drawn in the background. My chair likes to squeak and groan in unexpected ways. Alright, so Kira in the background. Draw this out. Okay, so her head's not going to be that large. It's going to be like... Gotta remember my stick figures are not proportionate. Let's see. She's just standing over here. And my microphone, sometimes I forget how sensitive my microphone is. So like the sounds of my chair creaking just kind of sounds like it's coming from elsewhere in the house. Creepy ghosts in my home. All right, so. And well. So it's funny. So despite Kira being like a female character, she doesn't. It's very difficult to have her poses read as a female character, and that's because the poses that I put her in are very masculine, because the whole standing with legs apart like this, and like a very sturdy pose that reads as very masculine in how it is put out there. And since like in her appearance, I don't put very many feminine features on her. She has often been she's often been confused by people as being a male character. Let's turn off the thumbnail sketches. I don't need that anymore. Food. I'll go get you some food. Cold cereal? Nice. I haven't had cold cereal in a long time. I typically like a hot breakfast. But cold cereal really does work in a pinch. Alright. Got the hand. Honey wheat and chocolate ones. Nice. Like some favorite cold cereals of mine. I like frosted mini wheats. It's one of my favorites. Not many people like shredded wheat cereal, but that's okay. That's a very large hand. Make that smaller. Using this tool, not the other one. Start with the Lego brick feet again. No, that would be... Wee wee. Alright, put the stuff out. Should be like right about there. Up we go, and do the funny spearhead looking thing that I put at the top of the staff. I never, when I was first doing drawings for this comic, I didn't design the staff. So when I was first doing when I was first drawing episodes of The Forester, I just improvised, and I'm like, that looks good enough. So my own laziness kind of crept in, and that's why we got that design. Maybe at some point. I mean, it's not that big a deal to me about it. I just kind of chuckle about it. All right, now time for the arms and. Gonna make the ale. Need to remember even though I'm this close. And it's really big on my screen, it is not going to be big on the actual comic. So I need to dial it back in terms of how much detail I put in Kira's face. What did I have as the expression? Just flat? Okay. Flat expression it is. All right. Hair. That needs to be brought down just a little bit. A little, blocky, I should say. There we go. What's funny is I think that the huge ahoge that I drew on her is influenced partially by Dib from Invader Zim. If any of you watched that. More of a head. She doesn't have much of a cranium. Alright, I think I'm Baldur's Gate music. Oh, hey, look, it's Soul Reaver music. Unfortunately, there's no album art for it when I got the tracks. Up we go. Music's super quiet. I'm gonna turn it up. I might actually put some gain on the music tracks. That way, it's able to be heard more. This is a pretty quiet piece. It gets louder in a minute. Alright, now for the pet, which is another thing that I didn't really design. I just put together a bunch of shapes. I didn't even name this animal in the script. I just called it Pet. Because really its name wasn't important. I just needed to refer to some animal that Kira is trying to save. That was like the main, her main goal was to save it. Going to the tree to try and become the forester. And seriously, it's like I feel like she's been stuck in this same pose for almost a year and a half. Because every shot that she's in, she's holding this pet, hasn't put it down, and she won't put it down because she can't. Okay, let's get the little pom-pom on the tail drawn. Alright. And just erase some of the details over here so that way the animal is drawn better. I don't need to be too detailed about her outfit, so I'm gonna try and be as like light as I can for that. It's the perpetual problem of trying to balance detail with how much people are going to actually be able to see. Because if we're going to be honest, people are going to be like this far out, so the details on the collar aren't going to be that important. Actually, zooming way out makes me realize that her head is huge. Let's make the rest of her larger then. And gosh, my chair is squeaking so much. I need to take some WD-40 to it or something. Alright, well, Kira's body needs to be... This way we can scoot the head of the staff over somewhat. Wrong button. There you go. Just gotta reconnect her head to the body. It's not that difficult. Draw her neck down. Change a few details around. We were mentioning earlier, like, time travel plots. Like I said, one of the few time travel plots that I was actually really okay with were the first 2 Terminator films. I'm specific about that on purpose because the other Terminator films after Terminator 2 are just, well, they're really, really bad. Make sure that she has a. Let's make sure that Kira has a cloak. She has. Oh, yeah, she also has have like that. Her pouch on the belt. All right, so we got the pencils done. All right, so what we'll do now is we'll take another quick break. We're 2 hours into the stream, and then afterwards we'll continue on with doing line art and such. All right, be right back.
To be fair, I'd shut down if I was repeatedly hit in the face. We're under tight security now. Don't be walking about. Yeah, sure you're on tight security. That's how we were able to steal the uniforms and find an ID card lying around and just get inside like a top secret military base. Not a single brain cell. Nope, haven't touched it. Well, a third time's gotta work. Okay, come with me, Squawk. Boogie is sad. I wish we could pet the dog. He's so sad. Come on, cheer up. Be happy. I'm sad too now. Park in the Ragnarok is fun. I'm just gonna parallel park between the two cliffs. Back and forth. Back and forth. Not that. Nope, not that. Because you're not worth our time. Don't thrust into Renoa. Rude. They're kind of Billy with their abilities. Like this ability right here. Watch. Turn Squall into a basketball. What? Oh, where? And it hurts for decent damage too. It's crazy. We remove everything from his health? Why did he remove? Wait, no, I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. I'm gonna kill the water by stabbing it. Alright, let's see if we can card this thing. I require your identification! Ah. It dies! That's what you get for being underage. Man, this really pisses me off. Are you the original Star Walker, though? Because you're not. The original Star Walker is in another game. I don't know why none of the Tomberries want to come out. I mean, we're only slaying all of them. We're only doing a Tomberry genocide. I remember playing War. Sophie, you could be terrifying. First talking about skidding the Moomba, and now saying that War is your favorite game. What is weak to water? I can't remember what Earth Magic is weak to. Your heels can't scare me. I am overpowered. You fool! I don't use magic on him. Pay for your crimes. Die. There you go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. You this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gold per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. You, don't just stand there. Get back to your station. Oh, what the heck? Is this the right train? Y'all like my mook voice? What am I gonna do? No ring? Not no more candlelight dinner. I'm never gonna be able to get married. Yeah, you and me both, soldier. Alright, finally we're advancing the cause. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody. Sorry that you got tortured. I won't be able to find...
Well. Okay, I think that we are ready to do the line art for this. Let me just double check and see if there's any extras in the thumbnail that I had sketched out. Alright, doesn't look like it. So now we move on to our line art phase. So let's do that. Alright, and those and I know that there's some people here that I haven't watched me do my art before, but whenever I'm doing line art, I tend to spin the canvas around a whole bunch because how I draw lines is I pull the mouse towards myself, well, pull my pen towards myself, using gravity as to help me out with that. So I apologize if that makes anybody kind of feel a little motion sick. But anyway, let's get the line art done. Lines. Get my line art pen. We're doing a larger drawing, so it's 30 is generally how. Yep, that's a good size. Turn the canvas upside down.
And I try and make it so it's not so crazy with how I move the canvas around. And I'm always fighting with how thick my lines get to go. Feels a little bit better. Yeah, I want it to go 30 pixels is a bit too thick. Yeah, something like that. I want my goal is I want the lines to be like super thin at the edges for the hair, and then get really thick when they get towards the base. I'm always fighting with my bamboo pad when drawing because its second hand has some slight scratches, and my pen keeps in stroke lines. Ah, I suppose I've managed to avoid that because I have a Cintiq monitor. It's older. Like, I got this thing. Man, when did I get it? I got this like pre-pandemic. Jeez, it was like 2018 when I got this thing, so it's an old tablet. But thankfully, the screen doesn't have like any grooves in it, and I think that's largely because the pen nibs that I use are the felt tip, the felt ones, felt tip pen, felt tip pen nibs. That's a tongue twister. But the point is that they're soft pen nibs, so they don't scratch into the surface of the tablet. But the main advantage that I use for these felt nibs is that it more closely mirrors paper in my mind. Because the regular plastic nibs, they just like slide across the surface of the tablet without anything to resist it, and so it feels a little bit too smooth and floaty for my liking. Clean this line up just a little bit. Looks like it ends right about there. Spinny! Making the line a bit too long.
Lines are fun. Yeah, there are a lot of artists that say that they really hate the line art phase, but I actually find it really enjoyable. My friends hated me watching me draw for the first time digitally because I wasn't using layers. That's understandable. I mean, layers do help with keeping things organized, but I mean, if you're more comfortable not using layers, then that's totally fine. I mean, if the not using layers is much more similar to how things are in real life when you're doing traditional media, because you know, on paper you don't have the option of using layers. When you go from color pencils to digital, it's so weird. Yeah, I think going from traditional media down to digital, it can be a bit of a jarring experience. Quickly started doing layers, but sometimes I forget and have to redo things. Yeah, it's you do have to get into a habit of using them. I've been doing digital so long, I don't remember what things were like when I first started out. Good enough. All right. And where's my line art reference? Make the lines a little bit thicker around the face. We'll start over actually. Not really that thick. We'll have to manually clean up a bunch of this. Excuse me. All right. I can go with the general outline of the character. often wonder with me when I draw how many people I drive crazy by doing these lines that just kind of overshoot like this before they see when I use that I'm using vector layers for the lines. I find that it saves a lot of time, and I still have the same amount of control in these layers as I do if this was just like a regular raster layer. I feel like that'd be fine. So let's do 20. Alright, let's take a look without the sketch. Yeah, it looks alright. Alright, time to line out the bottom two here. Change their layer to blue. Get a vector layer. Edit lines. I'm gonna take a smaller pen this time because there's less detail on these characters. It's maybe a bit too big. Do 10 instead. Oh, I just realized something. Yeah. There we go. I always forget to change the currently working on text at the top. Alright, let's do this the other way. Thin to thick. That's an interesting process. Seems like every artist has developed their own techniques. That's pretty much the case. So usually what happens is, like, you see an art style that you enjoy, and you pick an element from that art style that you enjoy, and you figure out how to bring that into your own art style. Well, you figure out how to bring that into your own artwork using the techniques that you know. So yeah, each artist has their own process. all of this hyper focus on my end, just drawing this guy. Well, I mean, people can come in here just to vibe. And we got to do the feet. Double check on Arden right there to see if his, see if I did every one of the lines. Yeah, it looks fine. Actually, I'm gonna make his arm a little bit thicker. Alright, how to do the lines on Kira. See, I might need a slightly smaller pen. That's too small. That... 10 feels if I... Maybe I'll do 9 pixels instead of 10, instead of 8. Upside down. I'm doing this the wrong way. Oop. Just dropped my pen. Ah! Okay, now I got the top part of the hair. Let's do the other parts, the bottom part. That detail's not important right now. She has these like freckle things or eyelash things under her eyes, and since we're zoomed so far out, probably just not going to draw them in. Now spend more of our time upright rather than upside down.
from Alex started listening to David Pozziato, and then I hopped on. Cause, yeah, you're fine, you're fine, Coco. Hop in and out whenever you feel like it. I've been mostly quiet for the past few minutes because I'm just kind of concentrating on getting the line art drawn. Character AI, yeah. Twitch has a raccoon emote? Huh. Nice. Excuse me. Well, I guess for our purposes, we could just say they've had a raccoon emote since today, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, mad. Alright, how far did we finish that? You love heat, like spicy food? Oh, warmth. Yeah, it's getting cold. I mean, I live in kind of a place that doesn't get like really extremely cold. It gets pretty warm in the summer, but not like unbearably so. Like the coldest that it gets out here in the winter time is maybe freezing. It doesn't really dip below that. So in the summertime though, it can get up to I can get like to 30 degrees Celsius, I think is how high. Let me just do a quick conversion. So like, it'll get up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit out here. C to okay, so it can get up to like 37, almost 40 degrees in the summertime sometimes, but that's like only like a week or two in the summer, but usually it's in the mid upper 30s in the summer, and then in the winter time it rarely dips below freezing. Yeah, I'm saying things in Celsius for you. So between 35 and 40 degrees Celsius in the summer, and then it doesn't really dip below freezing in the winter time over here. Yeah, it can be pretty hot, but at least it doesn't get way cold. I deal with hot weather better than I deal with cold weather. Everyone, and there are people out here that'll be like, but in the winter in the cold weather you can at least put on more layers. And then I'm like, well, I don't like wearing layered clothing, so because I hate how restrictive wearing lots of layers can feel. All right, so now we're doing the line art. I don't know why I'm yawning. I did get some coffee this morning, and I'm drinking a caffeinated soda. My phone has been going off. Alright, we are doing line art, so I need to set the reference layers for the lines, so that way our colors don't go outside of them. Excuse me. I hate people saying, why are Brits so dramatic about heat, because their air is super humid, and when they go somewhere else it is dry, so it's hotter for them. That's a fair observation. In my case, so I live in a desert, and so the air here is extremely dry. I've even seen people where when they come here from like humid climates, that their lips will crack, or even some more like severe stuff. They would get extremely dry skin, and so it would bleed. They would bleed just a little bit, which is unfortunate. But I've lived here my entire life, so I guess my body is just used to it. I didn't create a flat color layer. Okay, there we go. have a friend in the UK and he hates Polish summer because it's super hot for him. And he sees me in a thick hoodie not minding 30 degrees. I don't think 30 degrees is too hot for a hoodie. Because I mean, hoodies they keep you warm when it's cooler, but I mean even when it's like even when it's a little bit warmer, it's not too uncomfortable. Let's see here. Sheesh, I need to make the bot calm down. Mm-hmm. You usually ride a bike so it can be chilly on the hottest days? Yeah. Alright, now for his... Well, that was like a super easy job to fill in things. All right, well now for frame 2. That is good. Flats. Yeah. What's worst about me switching to English YouTube? I still subscribe to all the Polish people I used to watch. So what happens when what happens with you when you do that? Is there something just kind of inconvenient that happens when you switch over? You're not going to see all the notifications. Ah, gotcha. Let's see. I have a program that's called Untrap for YouTube, and it makes it so it doesn't show the notifications when they happen. I did that because I was like getting concerned about, like I was super addicted to scrolling through YouTube, and so that basically prevented me from doing anything because I was like always trying to find the next video to watch. Sorry, I will like today go through all the commands to give you guys things to do with the channel points that you've got. Having as many people here right now as I've had today, it's just been reminding me of the fact that I should definitely do that. I should definitely make sure to put some stuff in there so you can use your channel points even before I become an affiliate. I mean, the good news is that today, with this stream, we should be getting. Let's see. So in terms of my Twitch stats, I've had 2 days this month where I've had an average of three viewers, and yeah, I know it's crazy. Today is like there's a lot of people here today, and I'm really appreciative of that. So because of today, that's the third day in the month of having more than 3 viewers. So if we get one more day this month with more than 3 viewers, then I will be able to become a Twitch affiliate, and then we can have all sorts of fun with the channel points. Let's see. Kira's cloak is this color. No, that's not her. That's not the cloak. That's the color of her cloak. It's the color of her boots and her gloves. Ta-da. No, her cloak is this color. Excuse me. Yeah, I am super excited to hit the affiliate phase of my Twitch channel, and the well, look, if you're not just so long as you're not using the LLM bots for if you're not just so long as you're not selling work that you've generated with the LLM bots, that's fine. I'm fine with people using them as like personal like for personal use. They're not really posting it anywhere. They're just kind of just keeping it to themselves. I think that's fine with LLM models. It's just when you start to try and make money off of things that you didn't actually make, that's the problem. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm fine with that sort of a thing. The only downside though is that it still uses quite a bit of electricity to make to generate the stuff. So it's an environmental concern still. I mean, not quite as much of an environmental concern as like image generators, but the LLMs still are doing a whole bunch of harm. But I'm not going to be like, if you're still using it for your own purposes, I'm not going to be like all up in your face about it. Do I have? Yeah, I put stuff in there, so color that in. Yeah, I mean, there are things that are hurting it more. I mean, the basic philosophy I hold to is just do no harm. You know, that sort of those sorts of basics. So don't harm other people, don't harm yourself. Be a good person, sort of a philosophy. And like the thing that I always say is that people have the right to live the way that they want, to pursue things that give them joy, and that everyone deserves to be protected from harm. Those are my core beliefs. I think that harm my toilet after I had a KFC 3 days in a row. Oh, gross. See if your toilet can take a punch. I chuckled. I laughed when my brother first did that. Said that phrase to me. So. All right. Let's see. Arden needs to be colored in. Brown for the belt and the shoes. He wears dark pants. I suppose you can call them like dark leather pants. I don't even know what material these would be made out of. 2 twisters for $2 at KFC. Oh, I'm using the wrong color for the pants. I was wondering why it felt so saturated. I was using the color, the eye color I used for both of these characters. All right, now we just need to make sure that we fill in all the empty space. Lastly, though, we need to fill in this eye color. There we go. Alright, so what we do now is we make sure that all the empty space is filled in with the colors that we want, and we basically select everything first outside of the characters. Alright, and then we invert the selected area, and we use our line width tool just to fill in all the extra space with the colors that we chose. And I think that we're good. I don't see anything. Well, I know how to change that. I know how to check that. Just for a moment, there's going to be a lot of bright green on the screen, so be careful. So shield your eyes. Okay, I think that looks fine. Characters are looking like all the empty space is filled in. We gotta just really quick. I don't think that there's much on Arden up on the first panel that is empty, but I still need to make sure that we take care of any empty space, just in case. Alright, invert my selection, color over him, times. There we go, alrighty. Yeah, you have a good night, Fox. It was a pleasure to have you. $1:34 a.m. Yeah, you get some sleep. That's pretty late. I appreciate you coming here. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't sound like you'd be able to be here for the gaming streams, because the gaming streams they usually start in about an hour from now on normal days, so that would be like 2:30 a.m. But I'm here early in the morning for the well, at least in my case here for our art streams, and it was a pleasure to have you around. And make sure you give me a... Yeah, thank you. Make sure to give me a follow if you haven't already. I don't remember if you're a follower right now. Following, yes, okay. There we are. Gosh, it's starting to get to the point where I'm having a hard time remembering who's following me and who's not. Yeah, okay, cool. It was nice to have you here, Fox. I hope to see you here again in future streams. And I also think with that, since we got the flat colors done and the line art, we are now 3 hours into the stream, so we should take it. So I'm going to take another quick break to get ready for doing the rendering. So, all right, I'll be right back. Oh, hi, Talon. Wi-Fi just came back, and you're here just in time to have me start up a stream break to get up and stretch. Anyway, I will be right back.
Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. We'll just deal with it. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit. There's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says it's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we could just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look on the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. I hope I didn't go... Oh, I did go the wrong way. Only 4? 5? I guess if I yell at him, he does less. It must be. I've been yelling at him this entire time, and he's only done like 4 or 5 hits. Who would have thought that when you yell at someone, they don't want to do what you tell them to? Moomba. I wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Here, take this. The headmaster supplied us with them. You won't find the headmaster here. Our headmaster is in another castle. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell no. Ah! No one would think that we're suspicious, but oh boy. I don't know why, but... Wow, that's glitched. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good. I lost. You're not pretty good. I just treat it like a car. I'm curious. He goes, nothing. Drive it like you stole it. Destroy everything. To be fair, I'd shut down if I was repeatedly hit in the face. We're under tight security now. Don't be walking about. Yeah, sure you're on tight security. That's how we were able to steal the uniforms and find an ID card lying around and just get inside them like a top secret military base. Not a single brain cell. Oop, have to touch it. Well, a 3rd time's gotta work. Okay, come with me, Squall. Googie is sad. We wish we could pet the dog. He's so sad. Come on, cheer up. Be happy. I'm sad too now. Parking the Ragnarok is fun. We just got a parallel park between the 2 cliffs. Back and forth. Back and forth. Not that. Nope, not that. Because you're not worth our time. Don't thrust into Renoa. Rude. There we go. And they're kind of silly with their abilities. Like this ability right here. Watch. Turn Squall into a basketball. Whack! All the way around. And it hurts for decent damage too. It's crazy. Everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no, I'm dumb.
Where? Time for rendering this thing. And then, if you listen closely, you might hear my cat screaming at me in the background. My cat likes to yell at me like an hour before it's time for him to actually be fed. So like after I get done with the stream, I usually I feed my cat. Alrighty. Just gotta take a second to get my bearings. Alright, so we are going to paint in the shadows now.
first thing that we've got to do First thing we have to do is do our little shadow trick. And that is not color gamut. Change the hue, darken things a little bit on one of the layers. Overlay, and then in the shading layer, create a mask, and then that way, if we color, we can't color outside of him. And then multiply. That way it looks like a shadow and not like a weird red color that I use. See, like this is the normal. This is like the actual color I'm using, and then with all the stuff that I put into the program, changing the layer to multiply, doing that little overlay trick as well with a copy of the flat colors, it makes it look like shadows. Oh wait a minute! I was actually going to be using the lasso tool, because the lasso tool seems to be a more viable tool for cell shading. And if I need to deselect something, I can always just carve that out.
Basically what we do is we start with big shapes and then we go to small shapes. This scoop can be a little bit deeper. Clean this up a little bit more. Let's go. Bro's no longer bald. Yes, another victory for hair.
Yeah, some of this extra detail we don't exactly need. All right, the 1.5 shadows layer. I'll switch over to a brush instead of using the selection tool in this case. Multiply. That makes it dark. There we go. So I like to put it at the edge of some of the shadows. My friend just sent me a picture of a tiny football player model for table football without legs, but with the text, "The cartel pardoned you and forced you to play football, soccer." Yeah. You know, it's also super funny to me how American football is just called football here, and then when some Americans go out of the country, and they go overseas or something, and they hear football, they think of American football when it's really what we call soccer over here. Alright, so now I gotta balance out how much I do this stuff on the edge.
I want to put it on the edge, like here for the leg. Stuff. I like how yesterday Steam was downloading 5 gigabytes of updates 3 hours, and today 500 megabytes downloads in 5 seconds. Balance. Dialing out with how much you're using the Meat Boy emote, I might actually make my own version of that for my channel. Have Strathmore with missing teeth, with a thumbs up. You know what's gonna be kind of cool is once I do become a Twitch affiliate, the emotes I think start to become available outside of my channel. Meat Boy of the Planet Unite. Just gonna make sure that this extra layer shows up in the places that I want it to. Show up here too. All right. So we got shadows done. So now what we need to do is get some highlights made. We make another copy of the flat colors, and then we make them brighter. New layer under that. Highlights. Overlay. And flip that to the layer below. There we go. Alright, so for this one, I might actually use the lasso tool some more. I might actually use polyline. No, this is fine. And then the lasso tool. No, we want soft. Oh, your brush. I want G pen. Nope. California court fined a lawyer with $10,000 after 21 of his 23 legal quotes were fabricated by a chat GPT. His quote was, "I didn't know AI can lie." That's awful. I think I did hear about that. But there's been like a trend of people using generative AI, well, using AI language models in the workplace, and all that really does is it makes it so someone else has to do the work to verify it down the line. Like I was saying with Coco earlier, if you're using language models for like personal use, for like role playing or something, then I see nothing wrong with that. But it's when you start using it to try and make money or something out of it. That's when it becomes a problem. You know what? Actually, I can just use my pen over here. Actually, what if we did highlight? That's a little strong. It still puts it down. Soft light is fine. I think I can manage to finish up this drawing of Arden before we're out of time for today. So that's the hope. Alright, the next layer to do is our ambient occlusion shadows. And those are basically the shadows that get shown when the excuse me. Those are the shadows that happen in areas where light doesn't escape. Regular shadows. I have a couple other shadows I need to put down first. Some regular shadows. I realized that oops.
That's better. Let's Oh, I know what's going on. Yeah, I need to make ambient occlusion its own layer rather than clipping it. But I also need to make a copy of the shadow, the flats for the shadow layer. Put that on top, and this way. This way I can color without worrying about the shadows. It's very subtle, but yeah, I'm basically putting out a layer that is helping to divide up the flat areas to make them look a bit more three-dimensional. And let's see, I was having this side. Alright, well, I guess I have to manually select the... The nice thing about occlusion shadows is that you don't... You're using them mainly where things overlap. You don't really need to have too much of a sense of where the 3D forms are. The hyperfocus is strong in this one. So much layers of cloth to go through. So now we do a type of shadow called, well, not shadow, but a thing that's called reflected light. And I think I might need another. Let's see, let's put the regular layers back on. Let's turn the background back on so we can just double check what the colors are doing. Where is it? There. Oh, I need to do something really fast. Need to apply some masks. Not that one. That one. There we go. You. That. Highlights also. There we go. Flat color mask on the reflected light. There we go. It's hard light. Hard light is maybe hard light's the better one.
Now, another thing that I need to do is just quickly color in his eyes. Because I find that when I do that with the more detailed drawings, that it just kind of makes it a lot better. So this is the darker layer of the eyes, of the pupil color, I should say. Then take the brighter one, put that in down there, and then all the way above the lines, I do the, let's call it speck. Okay, then what we do is we take all of the lines that we had just, well, all of the layers that we had just made, and we're going to make a copy of them. We merge it all together, so layer merge selected. And we just call this, I call this layer the colorized layer. But we take the layer color and we just pick the most prominent color in the background. We set this to multiply, and then that just kind of helps the character blend in with the atmosphere a bit more. So this is with it on. We turn it off. On, off, on. It just kind of unifies the colors, makes it so the character is able to stand out from the background a bit better. And there we are. That's basically it. So we got ourselves a rendered panel today. And we got the colors done for we got the flat colors done at least for the whole thing, and then actually let's turn on the background for the second layer. The second thing, so we can get a better idea of what it looks like when they're standing in it. And bring the and then we can show a bit more of what things are going to look like. Let's at least make the paper. Well, I'll at least make the paper layer be within. There you go. And you got closer of an idea of what this page is going to look like for this part of the comic. All right, well, that's all we got. That's all we've got time for today. I'd like to thank everyone for showing up. Let's take a moment to find someone to raid. Looking great. Thank you very much. And Blarg, I'll be working on your commission basically over the next couple of weeks. It's not going to be on stream, unfortunately, for that, because I want to work on the Forester while we're doing that. But I'm going to get you your commission done as well. Let's see.
manager. Let's see who was online to raid today. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for the commission. Oh geez, looks like Lythro just barely came online. Let's see, anyone from... Really wish I could raid Morning Chai, but Morning Chai doesn't allow raids from me at the moment. I think Chai only allows raids from their streaming team, which is VFur. Semi-Spree is online. Let's go raid them. They're a very cozy streamer.
Alright, thank you again, everyone, for showing up. And tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be doing more Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh, see y'all.